mean to be on screen already. I was still getting prepared. Let's see. What do we got going on today? Today, it's going to be mostly refactor. I was working on committing some changes that I made last time. But first, I need to grab my customary beverage. Hang on. All right. So first thing is to say hello to my one viewer, probably one average viewer. You could be the lucky one today. Let's see. Today I gotta post up the I'm now live message. Let's see. New post. Let's see. Thursday is for refactoring. And I can drop the music slightly. Big shuffle. Yeah. Even lower? How's that? Sound levels probably sound okay. I don't know. The mix, I think, is enough to let my voice come through, so we'll leave it there. Let's see. Thursday is for refactoring. It's Thursday. Hop on Twitch. Hop on. What? Is that correct? Is it? Adds a slash? No? I don't know. Hop on Twitch. Normally it shows my face when I do that. Have I been doing this wrong the whole time? Let's see. Go to my channel. Copy the link. And paste that in, and maybe it'll grab the right image. No, it just says Twitch. Okay. Hop on to watch, and let's do some refactoring of the embedded code. I haven't even bothered setting up the overhead cam on our little guy here. Hashtag. I don't know. Do hashtags actually do anything? Somebody tell me. Let's see. It's Thursday. Hop on Twitch and let's do some refactoring of the Compost monitor embedded code. Q&A. Hashtag embedded. Hashtag C++? No. Well, we probably won't do any. Well, we might. I don't know. I don't know if we're going to do C++ today. I want to. I like C++. Said very few people ever. But, you know, it is what it is. Hashtag embedded. I don't know what else to put here. Live coding, I guess. What categories do I have on the Twitch? Programming? Microcontrollers? Oh, I've deleted it. Control Z saves me. Okay. So let's do that. Live from 2 to 6 Eastern. One thing I learned somewhere, saw somewhere, something that I've encountered myself is that when you post this stuff to like Twitch or whatever, or to Blue Sky, Twitter, Fostodon, whatever, Mastodon rather, it like it's you want to make sure you post when and when it is. So like if people see it on their feeds like the next day, they're not confused. So today it's Thursday, live 2 to 6 Eastern. That should hopefully give everyone enough of a hint. So posting, let's go. Yep, posted there. Posted on here. Let me look at the post. Hey, that's my face. And then on Twitter, I guess. I don't know why I posted QA on there. No one's going to come on here and ask me questions. No one's here to watch. If there's no one here to watch, there's no one to ask questions. Let me do something dangerous and turn off the Wi-Fi on my streaming computer. If it drops out, I'll be back momentarily, I swear. Now it's happy though, so I don't know. Well, we're pretty much ready to get started here. It is now May. It is now May. So welcome to May. What have we got here? We've got the addition of our network connection, the whole thing, or just the one bit? How far did we commit the time before? So that's the addition of NTP. And I think that's it. I think, yeah. Okay. So it's just that. Just the new stuff. Git commit. And we could just leave a message of... What do we do? We added... add... NTP time synchronization and writing readings to server, hard-coded URI to server. One trick you might not know: if you are in the console like this and trying to do this commit message, you can still commit, you can still write a multi-line commit message. You just leave out the closing quote, and then you can put stuff in here. The server address is currently hard coded. It would be better to make it a config, to make it configurable with menu config. I think that's what that's called, right? Menu config. And then don't forget the closing new line. Boom. Okay. And then the other thing is, what else? We configured the server to allow external connections. I don't think we need this runtime change, but let me see. Git restore the config runtime exs. Not status, just git diff. And yeah, git commit m or git add. Well, git status. Let me see what I'm committing here. So git commit m add open up bind dev server to 0000 to allow connection from device. Okay. And then this is all because we built in prod mode at some point. I don't think we want to keep that. So let me just get rid of it. Get clean. Is it X? Like N is don't do it. It's dry run. But then X I think means anything not ignored. Or anything that is ignored. Git help clean. Let's see. Dry run quiet pattern. Don't use standard ignore rules, but still use the ignore rules given with the E options from the command. This allows removing all untracked files, including build products. Remove only files ignored by Git. I mean, that's not what I want. Like the clang D thing, that should be ignored, but by like the global ignore. So I don't know. In any case, I just want to clean these. Do I give it a path? So compost serve. Oh no, that cleans way too hard. So I can just do it. I can just do it manually, one at a time. So, can I copy this list? I think it'll break. It'll introduce line breaks. Yeah, it'll introduce line breaks. That won't work. That's not gonna work. Yeah, because then it tries to execute everything else. Okay. So let's do this. Do that. Do that. Do this. And I'm typing, I'm highlighting with my cursor. Oh, there's a huge dip in bitrate there. Interesting. What are you busy doing, computer? You don't do much. Anyway, I'm typing. What was the last one? 9E something. Ends with 816. Text and text. Jeez. And double click to highlight this block of text, and then I'm typing. I can middle click or shift insert, and does the same thing. And by default, actually, for any of you interested in some of those like old-fashioned text editors that aren't VS Code, the control keys that are bound in bash shells by default, unless you change them, are actually derived from the same kind of movements that you get in Emacs. So if you are in the command line like this, you can type keys, and I think these work in a lot of places on Macs as well. So if you type Control A, that'll bring you to the beginning of the line. If you type Control E, you'll jump to the end of the line. If you do Alt F, the key F, then that'll bring you forward by a word. If you type Alt B, it'll bring you back by a word. Control F is forward by a character. Control B is backward by a character. And Control K kills the rest of the line. Control / is undo. I'm going through these really fast, but just letting you know, like, these are the key bindings of Emacs. Control N and Control P behave similar to the way that the up arrow works when you're on a blank line. If you are in the middle, up arrow and down arrow do not work, but Control P and Control N do. Control R to search backwards, Control S to search forward, but I think that might be bound to something else. Never mind. Don't type Control S. That pauses. That's a pause command. If you accidentally type Control S, the solution is to type Control Q. And you might see some documentation that describes the key bindings in this way. So if you type CS like this, that's Control S. To undo that, you can type Control Q. And that kind of stuff. Everything, all things you can learn if you run the Emacs tutorial. For the most part, they all translate pretty well. But yeah, basic motion is pretty important. And like I said, a lot of these work, if you're on a Mac, a lot of these work in various places. Yeah. Fun stuff. Anyway, where were we? On a clean thing. The first thing I'm going to do is actually I'm going to move this Hello World stuff into something not so example-y. So let me do... Compost probe is what I've been calling. In my mind, I'm calling it the probe. The piece of hardware here. So let me move that. So git mv hello world to compost probe. We'll keep it multi-word. Why not? Compost probe. Yep, so everything's been renamed. I'll probably have to rebuild everything in order to get the correct usually the build files are sensitive to its exact path, so if I try to build after this, it's gonna fail. But let me just commit this. Git commit rename the example project to match our project. Okay, so then cd into there, compost probe. I can get rid of this old config here. That's just garbage. And then I think I have to rebuild the build. So if I load up the environment, I'll show you what that is. It just executes this, but I have this alias that does this for me, so I don't have to remember all that path stuff. I just have to remember this. Then I run idf-py build. So yeah, it expects to be in Hello World, not Compost Probe. So get rid of that, and then do it again, and that should pull us in. Oh, I didn't set the target. I'm gonna wait for it to. Yeah, I'll wait for it to finish generating, and then I'll set the target. Wait. I think it's already doing it. Hold on. Yeah, okay. I mean, it's grabbing the right components, according to... where'd it go? Where did it go? ESP32S3, yeah. So that's correct. I don't know if we have to do anything. Might as well. But I don't remember what it's called. Let's see. So, ESP32. Bring up the documentation on the side here. Oh no, ESP IDF. Where getting started guide. I think that'll get me there. Eventually. Okay. What was it? Target? ESP32S3. No, what is it? What was it called? IDF-Pi, help. Help me, help me. Not reconfigure. There's a list targets, but how do we set? Set target. Could have guessed that. I almost did. Set target ESP32S3. Okay, I think that was already set, but just want to be sure. So IDF-Pi, you hit build again. That might have touched everything, so that'll take a little bit. Meanwhile, there was something about how to do C++, so let me take a look at that, because I'm interested in perhaps doing some of that. Why? Can I unhighlight maybe some of this? No? Okay. Includes GNU extensions. I don't really want that. Exception handling. What's it saying about that? Generally, we don't really want to use it. The exceptions, I mean. When I've used it in the past, exceptions have been useful for like situations where you're basically rebooting the device when it fails. Like it's really the only reason to do the exceptions is to make sure you get the stack unwinding mechanism so that things get cleaned up properly. And that's where it saves you. If you just like abort something, you're liable to get it yourself. If it reboots, you'll get yourself in a state that you're not prepared for. Yeah. So, yes, I understand language linkage. We'll get into that, but basically, what is it saying to? This annoyed me for a while, but I think they got it fixed. The C++ style initialization. High-level C++ APIs for some features. I don't think I want to go there. I don't really want to go that far into it. Basically, I'm thinking wrapping some groups of functionality together so that Compost Pro main and hello world main. So I want to wrap some of these pieces and bundle them together. So that our main function is quite clean, very simple, very straightforward. And then there's maybe a task for running the loop that like connects and that connects and uploads all the readings. I guess this is fine as a loop here. maybe not. Like these event handlers and stuff that need to, they do like some boilerplate effectively. So we don't really need to do like our main function should know about these handlers. Like it's not part of the application that's using it. Like we don't need to know this. As long as we know we have control over it. So like if it's doing dynamic memory allocation, we want to be able to affect that. But then the rest of it is just kind of has to be there. And then like all these measurement collection stuff, these probes, yeah, they're okay as functions. I don't necessarily want them to be here, I think. What have we got? Is this important? Kind of. Our industry. Oh well. Okay. Yeah, let's group these into modules. I don't think we need to do anything special to enable C++, really. Why is it? Can we, like, keep it from highlighting stuff? Okay, thank you. Yeah. Multi-threading. Build on top of p-threads. Sure. The destructor of jthread can only safely be called from a task that has been created by threads APIs or by using the C++ threading library API. So what does that mean? Does that mean as long as we create the thread, like, as long as we're not giving like a handle to, we can't even do that unless there's like some kind of extension, right? Because jthread, yeah, I don't think it lets you give it, I don't think it lets you give it an already running thread. Like, it doesn't know how to construct one. Is it saying, like, don't call jthread yourself and let the API handle that? Or I'm not sure. Exception handling. We'll leave it off. And we'll leave RTTI off as well. We don't need that. File system stuff is not very relevant to us, and I think that's it. Okay. Yeah, I think everything will just work for the most part for us. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create, instead of main hello world main, I'm just gonna create a file called main C++, and then in CMake lists, that's right. So then we have an extern C app main. And what does that take? Nothing? Just void. Okay. Long calls. How strange. Right? IDF pi build. Ooh. Oh, I didn't give it a return type. All right. So now that should be okay. I don't know why the LSP is complaining. But we can take a look. Yeah, it's happy with that. It doesn't do anything. So then, does that come from somewhere? I don't know. So there's that. Let's see. What do we want our main loop to look like? So, well, first we definitely want to do this flash init thing. So we'll do flash init, or init flash. Init NVS, we'll do this. And then print this. And have a look at ESP error check. So, what does this do? ESP error check failed. That's going to, I think that aborts, right? Okay, so I think that aborts. I don't know that we want to do that. Probably just have it return ESP error T. And return ret. Okay, pound include. We'll use the C standard IO library. C Studio. Because IO streams for embedded, not a good idea for the code size. And then we also want to include this NVS stuff. Oops. Yeah. Pound include NVS flash.h. These feel like they could be angle brackets to me, but I'll keep them that way. What else? Yeah, and then we'll call it init NVS. And have the ESP error check here. And then I'm not sure. Here we'll say ret equals this if ret not equals ESP okay. Do that work. Yeah. Such unstable bitrate. It seems to be fine though, so I don't know. Okay. Initialize the NVS flash. NVS flash init. Okay, what else do we do? We want some kind of thing to represent an I/O pin or something like that. So what do we want to do with this? Effectively, we want to encapsulate, we'll say GPIO pin. This probably wants a constructor of what pin it should be. Pin number. You can do this. Pin num. And that comes from driver/GPIO. Maybe. But what do we do? So we say well, let me just copy this. So this is the same as that. So I can replace this with that. Right. Pin bit masks, sure. And then I can do GPIO config, giving it the pin config. And so this is where you need exceptions, right? If this fails, like it basically is going to do this ESP error check thing. What are we calling this? ESP error T. ESP error check. There. And then we keep, so we'll say void. Does this return anything? We could return it as well. The chances of it failing are very low. So I think we can just eat that. Set level. We'll make a set pin. Oh. And a clear pin. Level, and we'll store pin number. GPIO num p pin. And pin num. Set level pin to 1. Pin to 0. So that's the output mode. There. So that pin's being controlled directly. All we got to do now is to say GPIO pin 7 construct with GPIO num 7. Oh, curly braces. There. Now we have pin 7, and one of the things we do with it, first thing we did was set level, set pin high, which is low. This is where we can start getting fancy with it. So if it's active low or active high, we can flip the logic around. Not gonna worry about that just yet. So then ADC for moisture sensor. So we'll do what is this? This is the pin on. This is the pin from the moisture sensor. So nothing too advanced. Let's see. Eventually we get this handle. ADC handle? ADC1 handle. Yeah. So we know we want a function on here. Where is it? What was it called again? ADC1 handle. Basically, we want a function that does this. So void, not sure what to call it yet. We'll do ADC one-shot read. We'll go handle. We'll go channel. And then output. So then int output, initialize that to something, and return it. If anything fails, we want to return that. So I guess we can do this. Start getting advanced. Now include tuple. Tuple. Tuple? Tuple. Tuple. Yeah. Okay, we got an ESP error T and a int. Return. Make tuple. Stood. Make pair. I don't know. ESP error T equals. Oh. Wow. Okay. Air output. That should be fine. One-shot read. Read. And then we have some data here. So ADC1 handle is an ADC one-shot unit handle T called handle, and then ADC one-shot, or no, what is channel? Where are we getting channel from? Aha, okay, so what kind of value is U? An int? Channel. Channel. And then we'll say one-shot ADC for this. So ADC one-shot. Why is this mad? Oh, because I've got an incomplete thing up here. But what we want here is everything we need to initialize it. So we need the attenuation and bit width. Yeah, I should probably expose that. So what kind of value are you? Also an int. Okay, so int attenuation. Val constant. I don't know. Int attenuation. And we'll keep the bit width. What does this say? Yeah. So then ADC one shot unit handle T. Where does it come from? ESP ADC like that? Okay, it didn't lie to me. One shot unit handle. Where is it? Here. Well, we want this init config. So ADC one shot unit init config T. And then we got unit ID. What kind of value are you? ADC unit T. There's probably a better way to do this, but right now, just get it all bundled together, and we can figure out a better interface for that later if we want to. Right now, there's only one ADC, so we don't really care. So ULP mode, ADC ULP mode disable. Okay, so then, error is new unit, config, given the config, and then given the handle as an output. So handle here is going to get filled, the member handle. Okay, so then if, here we do ESP error check for error. So new unit there, and then configure the channel. Yeah, so let's just do that. What is this value? An int called the channel, okay? Convert it to ADC channel underscore T. ADC channel underscore T. Yeah. Fine. Because a 10 is ADC a 10 T. And then ADC bit width T. Sure. Yeah, sure. Probably go to these. Well, we won't go that far. Not yet. Not replacing everything with like a lower level HAL. We might do that for funsies. What else we got? So this channel is he's unhappy about the channel. Why that? ADC underscore T. ADC channel underscore T. So ADC channel T. There it is. And it just wants one-shot unit handle, output pointer to an integer. Okay, why doesn't it like this? And function? I don't know what it's... Not sure what it's crying about there, but let's see what happens there if we just try building that. Let's see. It did warn us about what's it called? Designated initializers. Importing some of the structures. Well, this is different from. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is an unfortunate consequence that is kind of by necessity to some extent. Like in C, initialization order doesn't matter too much, but it does in C++ because things can depend on each other and constructors can run arbitrary code, for, you know, better or worse. Yeah. So it should complain about when it's a real problem, but it's just saying it's missing the other initializers, which I guess we might as well fill. So taking a look at line 26, and can we dive into config T and get a good look at it? So we got pin bitmask, we got mode, we got pull up enable equals GPIO pull up disable. Get rid of there. Pull down enable. And then interrupt type. No interrupt. This is an output. So I think we don't care. This is all in driver? Yeah, driver. There's a lower level thing here? GPIO ETM. I don't know what that is. What is ETM? End the madness. I don't really know. Okay. What else we got? I think that was it. ADC wants a clock source. Okay. 48-ish. Unit ID something something. Oh. How do I flip these windows? Clock source. So clock source. ADC one shot. No. Clock default. I'm gonna say that's that. There should be like a value of 0. I don't know why it's not. Let's take a look at that. Where's API reference? That's what I want. ADC one-shot unit init config T. Go ahead and yoink that. Clock source. Where's is there no enum for this? Whoop. Yeah, my setup is not exactly clean and optimized. I've got this, I got a USB hub that extends all the way across underneath my desk so that I can plug in the, what you call it? The ESP32 over here and the Sale probe as well. Because it's, I mean, it's a mess. It's not optimal at all. But here we are. I'm having fun. I'm enjoying this. I hope you enjoy this as well. But I'm kind of just doing work and yapping the whole time to myself. Feels kind of weird to just talk to myself for hours and hours and hours and hours. Where in the bejeebus do we get a value for this? Yeah. If set to 0, the driver will fall back to using the default. That's what I want. Just 0. Okay. Good gravy. Okay. Clock source. Default initialize it, please. I think that'll do it. And then what else we got? We got, this is just the LSP complaining, I think. Let's take a look. There was... Okay, I think I've cleaned it all up then. Not as far as the LSP is concerned, but everything else. So let me... There's a trick. So build. And I want to make sure that the... I'll hit T to go into advanced mode. But then I need to find the export compile commands. Oh, that's a new one, actually. Let me see. CMake export build database. What is this? Wait. There's a CMake version 4? Whoop. I meant to do version... I'm at 4.01. Mang. All right. Cool. Enable disable output of a build database for a target. What is a build database? I don't know that I care right now. So I'm going to skip that and just do export compile commands. Hit C. And then G. And then build. Okay. And my setup should be smart enough to grab the build database as necessary. It is unfortunately still dumb. Unsupported option, no shrink wrap, no tree switch, long calls. Yeesh. Alright, I guess it doesn't know how to use Clang. Yeah, I don't think there's a way for me to tell it to like use Clang. Verbose review? No. Ccache? Nope. cache entry. Build system targets. What does that do? Oh, I see. Literally all the targets that CMake has generated. Okay. Let's take a look at this. Size components. So our thing, I believe, is this. Unless it's named it something else. Or is it our executable? I don't think it is. I think it's lib main. Let's look. Size files was the other one? Yeah, that was right. So I wish we could sort. I think I just called it main. So it probably created something called main. Main.o. I don't see it. Control Shift F for main. No. How? Oh. There it is. Okay. 206 what, bytes? Yes, of text. So even with all this stuff, what happens actually? Now I want to know. Now I'm curious. Oh no, I'm getting curious. What does it say I need to do? There's like some magic option in here to enable exceptions. Config compiler CXX exceptions option. Okay. Is that something in here? Config. No. Is there another option for that? I don't know. Unsafe build. Toolchain. I guess I don't know how to set that, so let me... I'm gonna open a new window for this. Because I think I've got some passwords for my network in this config file. Okay, yeah. What was this option? I'm gonna edit it directly. You're not gonna see this. Config underscore compiler underscore something. CXX exceptions. Equals Y. Okay, and then actually it's okay to see this. What else does it? Is that it? Just set it to yes? Yeah, I think that's it. So, what is it? X? and build. Whoop. Build. Wait a minute. Different window. So let me look at size over here. Does it give me an overall size somewhere? Here's what it's given me. 3.6 CEO. Bootloader unrelated. So, let's take a look. Now we can do IDFI size components. What did we say it was before? 3.6 CEO. So let's see. OX 3D 2D0 minus OX 3.6 CE0 is OX 65 F0 as decimal is approximately 26K just by enabling exceptions. So that's a lot. That's a lot of stuff. And it's probably because of all these like modules of stuff. I don't think like including libstd C++, I don't know that it's cleaning up aggressively enough then, because or maybe it's just all this other code like really balloons, like it has some real exception handling. So I'm gonna undo that. We're not gonna keep that on. Where did it go? In a window that I closed. Got it. So let me just do that over here. Compost probe, SDK config, CXX exceptions. Equals N for no. Okay. Build that again, clean it up. And then block tree defs. I don't think we're doing any of that. So back to not here. Back to not here. Main. Hello world main. We've got our one-shot config here, and then somewhere we use it. So we have new unit. We didn't do config for the channel. ADC one-shot config channel. We're calling this handle. For the unit, channel for the channel. Oh, but I've got multiple channels here. Channel. I think that's fine. I ran LSP format. Do it again. Okay. Channel for the channel, and then the channel config. Chan config. We'll define it here. ADC one-shot chan config t. Chan config. Attenuation, given attenuation. Bit width given bit width. Okay. And then it'll warn us if we missed any important elements of this thing. I don't think we did. I think there's just a couple. But we're going to find out. Okay, so back... Oh. It didn't shrink. Let me go back to this new window here. Menu config? IDF pi, menu config. Is it because... Compiler options. Enable C++ exemptions. How do I... Wait. Go back. What happened? You're allowed to see this. So, compiler options is here. Enable C++ sections here. Space, I believe, is to toggle. Okay. Because I hit enter and it did something different. So, Q, save. And now run build. So that should hopefully be much smaller. Not that it makes that much of a difference for our purposes right here. Like, it could be... what's the expression? A miss is as good as a mile? The point being that, like, if we're super efficient and barely fill any of it, it doesn't matter because... Like, there's no functional difference between... Well, there's not no functional difference, but... Effectively, it doesn't matter if we fill the rest of it with junk. Or not. We have a maximum of 2 megabytes, it looks like, so... Back to the 3.6 CEO. Okay. What else we got? We've configured the channel, and then eventually we read from it. That makes sense. And then the weirdest things to handle are the buses. So they have this model where the bus itself gets a handle, and then devices on the bus are initialized with that handle to the bus, but then you get a handle to the device itself. Which is fine. Maybe want to keep it that way. But let's see. What are we calling this? ADC? Moisture sensor. ADC one-shot moisture sensor. And then we're going to use basically a lot of the initialization that we've done here. So ADC unit 1. And then what else? Channel. ADC channel 0. And then rather than give it a channel config, we're giving it the attenuation. ADC atten dB12. ADC bit width 12. And we've messed up and not put public right here. There we go. Okay. Yep, then eventually, somewhere down the line, we're going to have moisture sensor read. And that's going to let us destructure like this into air and output. Okay, so ESP error check. If I can spell correctly, then that will, there we go. And so now at this point, output is valid. There was a thing in C++ that was the talk of the town. I think it was called expect. Expected since C++ 23. The class template expected provides a way to present either of two values, an expected value or an unexpected value of E, never valueless, contains the expected or unexpected value within its own storage, which is nested within the expected object. An expected void value. Yeah. Okay. I think we want that. So, let's finish. Well, no, I'm doing exactly that. So let me expected. Okay, and then expected. We get a class type, well, you expect a T, or an int, right? Expected value type T. So T is int, and E is that. So then if air does not equal ESP air, or ESP air okay, ESP okay. There we go. Return stud unexpected. Right? Is that what it's saying? Stud unexpected air. Else. Return output. Does that work? No braces. No template named expected. What are you talking about? You're right there. You're right there. You were happy that I included it even. So why are you... Did I spell expected wrong? Expected. I don't know. Maybe it only works if exceptions are enabled. That'd be annoying. Oh, yeah. And then, yeah, how do you access it? It's the other aspect of it. So here's our parse number. Parse number. Aha. Num.has value. So if, how do they do this? They did a, they did this. If output.has value, else. This was an error. So I guess deliberately fail. Output.error will always fail. com.error should get us the value. Okay, yep. So if not an error, output is valid. Or, I'll call it E output. Let's say E output. And then, output. E output dot value. Or you just hit star num. Okay, so it's like an optional. Star this. Okay. I don't know that I super like it. It's basically an optional. But instead of just not having a value, it can also tell you why not. Okay. Definitely an error. This will always process it like an error. All right. And what else? I think we're good with that. Now that we've got the ADC, I guess we can start dealing with the I2C bus or the Wi-Fi, one or the other. I'm not sure which one I like better. I gotta have to think about this because the whole loop needs to be its own thread. Do we want Wi-Fi to be its own thread? I think everything's fine as one loop. So I don't know why I'm trying to go down that path. Yeah. That should be fine. It should be fine. If we do ever get to the end of here, ESP restart. Stud F flush. Stud out. Whence ESP restart. ESP system. Bound include ESP system.h. Okay. Stud puts. Restarting now. Okay. Yeah, let's set up the Wi-Fi next, I think. There's also all this chip info stuff. Let's do this. Void init show chip info. That I think I can just yoink wholesale here. So, and then I want to include C stud int. Stud int. There we go. And where does this chip info come from? This comes from chip info, perhaps unsurprisingly. What's the difference between ESP flash? I think I see. So ESP flash is like the info about the flash. NVS actually lets you do management of it. Okay. So a bunch of chip info, LSP format buffer. And then where do these come from? I think they come from, they're included somewhere. Oh, int types. Int types. Come on, fingers. Okay. C int types. Format. There we go. And this is just copied wholesale from the example. Config IDF target. That must come from somewhere. Yeah, from the SDK config. SDK config. So this is a header file created from the menu config whatchacolumns. Okay, and continuing on with the translation of main. Yeah, so this is all Wi-Fi. How do I want to do the Wi-Fi? How is it used? So this whole thing, NTP initialization relies on the Wi-Fi already being connected. So we can encode that with an explicit dependency. So NTP service NTP service, let's say it depends on class Wi-Fi service. I don't know what to call this, so we're just kind of using a placeholder for now. In the constructor of this, if we say, okay, this depends on Wi-Fi service, right? And we could just leave out the name. Yeah. And in fact, this doesn't even need to be it doesn't need to be a class. It could just be a function. So void what are we calling these? Init SNTP Wi-Fi service. Well, right now it's explicitly calling out Wi-Fi, but theoretically we'd want to have like a class structure where, like, if we were thinking about future-proofing more of this code, you'd probably want this kind of same type of abstraction that they've got here with this what do they call it? NetIF. They got this NetIF thing that, like, under the hood lets you depend on it, and that could be any of the supported network interfaces, not necessarily Wi-Fi. So in this case, We'd probably replace this with like some kind of network service or whatever. And then Wi-Fi is just kind of one instance of that. But we don't care. That's kind of advanced for what this little device knows how to do. So here we go. ESP, SNTP config, T. I can just copy this stuff. I don't know why I'm typing it all. Init SNTP. And presumably SNTP. This guy. Yeah. And then time zone set. TZ set. That comes from time. Bound include C time. I think that'll be there. And then set env. Where does that come from? Set env comes from C stood lib. C stood lib? How do you say it? It's one of those potato kind of things. Although I've never heard anyone actually say potato. Okay, so working backwards from that. No member named. Okay. Interesting. Give it a build. Make sure that it does actually find expected. But then in here, this will, so at some point, initialize Wi-Fi. Sure. So Wi-Fi service. Wi-Fi. And then init SNTP Wi-Fi. Great. Okay, then the main loop is we go GPIO or no pin 7 dot toggle, so we can do that. Let's see. So pin bool set. Not used. Okay, so set equals true, set equals false, void toggle. Oh, maybe we shouldn't call it state. Is high. How about that? And then we'll just call this set and clear, and then toggle. So if so then we just do set level pin. We'll do is high is true, and then pass is high like that. Is high equals false. Pass is high like that. Then we'll do is high equals not is high, and pass it in like that. Okay. So instead of set, we do set like that. Do the toggle, and then it does a big delay. So I don't know that we want to do that yet. Oh, hello. Thank you to Sarah Lewis for following me. That's very cool. Very nice of you. I'm 75% of the way to my goal. Aw. Sorry to hear about your headphones. Let's see. Pin 7 toggle, and then in here there's a delay. So task delay until last wake time, wake interval. Copy those. And does on cycle some. Oh, now we're using that for the screen. I don't think we'll keep that around, so that's fine. Maybe toggle after delay. So first thing we do is delay, then toggle. Then the probe measurement right here, like that. And then rather than crash forever, so read the moisture. Read the moisture. What is our type? Is int, I think. So moisture equals the referenced e output there. Okay. Otherwise, I mean, that should print. There's ESP error. Check without abort. That's what we'll do. Probe start one-shot measurement. Oh, that's different. One shot. This one shot is referring to our own ADC. Or this one shot is referring to the remote, the probe itself, not the ADC. There's our raw moisture. That's what I want. I'll call it raw moisture. Sure, raw moisture. Why not? Okay. And in the meantime, okay, start the temp hum measurement. And then I think this is a vtask delay until. We'll use the last wake time, and then we'll say that we want to be asleep for ms2 ticks for, so anytime, so this is, we'll say 20 milliseconds. It takes up to 15.5 milliseconds. Just wait for 20. Just wait for 20 after we read the data ADC. And yeah. So the idea is we're gonna start our thing here. So we'll call it, what's a good name for it? It's labeled as FS304, so I'll just call it that. FS304 dot start one shot here. Yeah. And then at some point later, oops. At some point later, FS304, we're going to say read measurement. And heck, why not just do temp C, temp F, relative humidity. It can return 3 things. Why not? And then we can print those out. So print them out for funsies. Print F raw moisture. I don't know that tab stop is going to be the right thing there. Moisture. There we go. And this is an integer. So raw moisture. There it is. So we're already doing that. And the other thing it's doing is actually uploading. Okay, so then upload the measurements. So we'll do HTTP client. Yeah. Or maybe this should all be a function. So upload measurement. What are we uploading? Relative humidity, temperature in Celsius, temperature in Celsius, and it's gonna do, and we'll do raw moisture. Come on, raw moisture, and it will handle the time thing. Okay, so we'll go void upload measurement. And what did I say? So float relative humidity, float temperature in centigrade, and then int moisture. And we'll basically just do all this. So gonna need to get this from a config rather than hard-coded. So to do, use config config measurement server or something. And then we've got this event handler for the client, so probably we'll wrap that in a class. then yeah. So class HTTP client. HTTP client. Give it a host name. Host. Const char star s or host. We'll give it an int for the port and const char star path. Although it's going to, the way that we do it here, it sets the path anyway. So maybe that can be hard coded, but anyway. Yeah, get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Port and transport type. I don't think that's an input. These two are inputs, and then down here we'll set more of that stuff. So ESP HTTP client config t config. Initialize it with hosts like that. Port equals port. Path equals, we'll say the root. Transport type HTTP transport over TCP. No SSL. Event handler equals, and this is where it starts to get a little tricky. Tricksy. So here we want to have like a static function called my event handler or whatever. So HTTP event handler. Right, and then we'll implement all this stuff in there to do all this handling here. So I think I can just copy most of this wholesale. So, yoink that. Get rid of the void, replace it with error t, and then it takes HTTP client event star event. Sure. Tag. Not tag. Well, maybe tag. So const char star tag equals HTTP client. Must be initialized out of line. That's right. These are annoying. Because it's static. Wait, what does it say? Non-const. So we want a const pointer to a constant thing. Oh my gosh. Okay, static const expr. Const char star tag equals HTTP client. And then what is it mad about here? Use of undeclared. Oh yeah, we haven't pound included. We haven't pound included ESP log.h, I believe. Yes. Aha. So event handler then is HTTP event handler. field transport type will be, oh, I see. Probably that. Yep. What else is it complaining about? Unused variable config. Ah, of course. Okay, and then, oh, is there a way for us to pass? Does it pass arbitrary data into this thing? Do we need to do anything stateful here? I think it knows how to store its own state into it. Somehow. Client event. Yeah, I'm afraid I don't really understand this, how this works, so I'm stuck in a confusion. I think I got the same, like, bot message. Couple of streams ago. Same kind of thing. I think it was also a cat that time. Okay, so given that this is now configured properly, then we can pass it into our client handle. So ESP HTTP client handle T client init with the config. Okay, and I suspect at least one of these I don't know what's going on there. C++ doesn't like it when you take a void star and start doing math on it, because what's the stride? I mean, it should be obvious. 1 byte, you would think. Okay. All right, so now we're getting into the weird stuff. I guess it's not that weird. Let's client format this buffer. That'll get that looking decent here. We want to keep the client handle, so that's static stuff. We'll do ESP, well, we'll do everything here. So zap until equals, client equals, yoink that, and there we go. What else? Then we want to do, I guess we can do a destructor for this. So destructor of client, no accept, no accept, there we go. ESP HTTP client cleanup client. And then there's a function to actually send data. So write post. We'll give it a URL. We know the method. We'll just do bool, like it's just JSON, like that. We won't even bother. We'll hard code the JSON-iness. And we'll just do const char star JSON data, like that, and the rest of it, ESPRT will return an error result. So now we can do ESP. We'll do all of this actually, just the way it is, basically. And instead of set URL, we're going to do URL. And instead of post data, I've called it JSON data. Data len. What does strlen return, actually? A size t? We'll give it that. Stud size t. JSON data len. Okay, and then we go ESPRT. And if it's... Why was it mad? Invalid suffix. Oh. Sneaky. Okay. That makes doing this kind of thing kind of annoying, actually. You gotta remember to put the space in there. Okay, and then we'll return the error. So return error. And that should be it for that. And then because the... Oh, actually, we got to fix this static function down here. Stud min. There's a stud min. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me, whoa! You sussy baka. Stud min. In header algorithm. Yeah. Pound include algorithm. Algorithm in the rhyme. Okay, and then it's trying to do a mem copy. Into user data, but user data is a void star. But that's what that gets callocked. Does it? Output len, output buffer. What the hell is user data then? We copy into user data. Yeah, whence that? Is that just from the example? Let's see. HTTP example ESP32. No, that's that. GitHub. Client example, server example. I want client example. Is this it? Yeah. User data. I don't know. Oh. Okay. Okay. So I think we have to worry about that. So user data is like if we're actually giving it and or, well, we're giving it a buffer that we then want to fill. Is that what that does? So it's got this user data thing set to a buffer on the stack that's not initialized to anything, right? Just 0. That's fine. And then is it used anywhere else? Well, there's this local response buffer that it reads, it expects the handler to read into. Nice. Oh, do these not autoplay? It's saying that the follower goal is queued. Sorry, I'm looking at the Twitch stream manager. Actually, this is pretty loud. Oh, it's loud to me. I think I've lowered the mixer for it, so you don't get it super loud. There's this. And this. It's queued. And then this one and this one. And for some reason the follower goal is it's just sitting there. Maybe because they weren't a real follower. Have I become sad? Oh well. What's the difference? Host versus path. Query is its own thing, I guess. I don't know. Okay, so point being, we don't really use event data anyway, so, or rather, user data. But it is a, we'll say it's a character buffer. Like that. Give it a type. Okay. So we got rid of this. Instead of doing that, we're going to create a HTTP client. Wi-Fi. Well, actually, what does it want? We just wrote it. It wants the host name. So let me, can I? Yes, bring this back. So host name, this, port, that, and that's it. Right, so host, it like that. Pretty cool. And then I think we're good. Oh, and we want the dependency on Wi-Fi service. So upload measurements. We want Wi-Fi service. Wi-Fi. Doesn't really need a name. Oh, but then we want to actually do client.writePost. Come on, Jason. WritePost. How do we define the function? Just JSON data. URL. So API readings. And then the JSON data, which Sterlen. Okay. What should we get from here? So char post data 256 equals nothing. We could do SN printf, but I think that has some funky behaviors that are not always intuitive and can lead to some issues. So let me see. Relative humidity, temperature Celsius, stir F time buff. If I can spell time, and we'll hit it with the raw moisture. Okay. Then the other thing we need to do is grab the time. How are we doing that? So char stir F time buff. We're saying 64 max. And that's an output of this little block, which will do time now. Local time now, given time info, which is kind of an output. So time t now, struct tm time info. Calling this what? Stood time? No. It's a POSIX function, I think. Stir F time to the stir F time buff. Give it the size of the buff. And then format string from here. Don't need to know the current time. I think that's it. Instead of raw moisture, it's called moisture. And instead of post data, renamed it to JSON data. Sterlen. Don't lie to me. Pound include C memory? No. C string has all the mem functions, including Sterlen, which makes sense. Oh, we are good. Yeah, I think that's good. And we just need that dependency on the Wi-Fi. Okay. Close this. Alright, and then the only other thing is... Well, there are two things. There's the I2C bus situation, and then there's the device, I2C device situation. That makes me think of a fun title for like a YouTube video. The I2C device situation is crazy. That'd be funny. Yeah, that'd be a fun video to see come up on the feed. One thing I always do, I see this all the time. Size of is written like a function. It's not actually. It's an operator. But it's weird because if you're doing size of like int, you need this. Where like so this does not work. Right? But this does. So z and z underscore, which I'm showing now, should be the same. Alas. Okay. So we initialize the Wi-Fi and the SMTP stuff. Haven't actually initialized the Wi-Fi service, so maybe do that first. First, we grab that. Well, and then let's get rid of some of this nonsense. So float temp C, float temp H, float RH as well. Initialize to something, please, and then we could say upload measurement. Why is it unhappy? It wants a Wi-Fi, I think. Yep. Temp H is not what I want. It's temp F. It's not used anyway. Okay. Good. Kill that. Change. Don't need that change. Okay. I feel pretty good about that so far. But now we have to actually do Wi-Fi. So, class Wi-Fi service. So Wi-Fi service, there's this event group situation. Don't know what to do about it yet. Let's just go with the power of wishful thinking. The first thing we do, Wi-Fi service, is initialize ESP netif init. And then ESP event loop create default. That's different. I don't think we want that in here. Can we get a reference to the default event loop and use that? Because that's kind of what I'd want to do, is to say like, okay, well, if you need to initialize an event loop, let me have one, rather than assuming that you're just going to use the default one. I guess that's all behind the curtain, so to speak. Okay, I don't think you can hear the lawn mowing going on in the neighborhood, which is good. That ish is loud and annoying. I wish we all just had like a day where we could mow our lawns. Instead, everyone's got a different day that they pick. Where was I? So I guess we'll just stick with the default event loop. Then netif create default Wi-Fi station. I believe the default here refers to the default event loop. Netif ESP netif. Is it, what is types? So netif init is ESP netif. So I'm gonna just include that. Pound include ESP netif.h. Okay, and then netif creates default Wi-Fi star whence you. So ESP Wi-Fi default Wi-Fi. Oh, there's a thing called ESP Wi-Fi. Okay, so maybe we don't need netif then if we have ESP Wi-Fi. So pound include ESP Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi netif. Is that different? Yes, it must be different. Okay. I believe that's true. And then to do handle return values. Event Wi-Fi station. Okay, and then we start. The way they say you should do this is to always start with config being the Wi-Fi init config default. Okay, whence you from ESP Wi-Fi. You're in there, so that shouldn't be a problem. And it's not. I was just confused for some reason. Then Wi-Fi init. So ESP Wi-Fi init, given the config. What is Wi-Fi event handler? Okay, so then here we go. Static void. Oh, this one had a nice nice rhythm change. Streaming. Click. La Boheme by CYGN. I hope these are all like real artists. There's like enough variety of them that I don't think they're all made up. And there's a few like this CYGN that has like a whole album in this list. The chill hop music list. Pretty cool. But yeah, this is a cool vibe. I like this a lot. Groovy. Wi-Fi event handler has a signature that looks like this. Dump that in there. And then I think we just get all these contents. It's all asynchronous, so we kind of have to do it this way. Okay. And then the trick is just that the event group. Oh, what is arg? Arg is not used. So we can pass ourselves in here and keep state that way rather than keeping it static. So, the event group I think the event group, they should be fine as members, as long as we know how to pass it in. So, somewhere, Wi-Fi event handler is passed in to these boys. Okay. ESP event handler instance register takes a event base, then an int32 for the event ID, the event handler, which is a function, and then the event handler arg. So that's the thing. Okay. So ESP event, oh, come on, ESP event handler instance T, instance any ID, event handler instance T, instance got IP, and copy both of these. And what we can do is, instead of passing null, we pass in this. It's that easy. And then we'll call it self because this is a reserved keyword. So Wi-Fi service star self equals arg, and unpack that. We can static cast this to what we want. MetaZ star auto control Y to yank, and parens to wrap it. So we cast out of a void star and then back into a Wi-Fi service. So then instead of so it's funny because like this assumes like global state, I guess. There's some static stuff behind the scenes. There can only be one. So what we're doing is kind of silly in some ways. But we can just do that. Retry number. And really what we should do maybe is put this connect up in here. Make it a private member to connect. So void connect. We can do self connect. It's just a wrapper. Add the retry number. So int retry num equals 0. This is self retry num. And in fact, yeah, this is only at retry, so that's fine, I suppose. And then we can change this. So what is it? Static const expr const char star tag equals what do we call this class? Wi-Fi service? Wi-Fi service. There's this event group thing. You can do self retry num like that. And do we need like a global event group thing? I suppose not. Oh, maybe, because I guess our we do await, so maybe I guess we could keep it as a member. Why not? So let's see. We'll call it Wi-Fi event group. Okay, event group handle T. Wi-Fi event group. And we create that. So Wi-Fi event group equals X event group create. And I suppose that should be one of the first things that happens. Okay. Okay. Then there's the actual connection part here. Except that instead of doing all this error check stuff, I'm gonna say ignore it for the moment. Okay, and then we do void connect. We want connect. I think we want to we'll say start. And then we'll say it blocks until connection is established or exceeds retries. Okay. Event bits t bits equals bits equals x event group wait bits Wi-Fi event group Wi-Fi connected bit Wi-Fi fail bit. We got false port max delay. Okay, so then if Wi-Fi connected else if Wi-Fi fail bit failed to connect after several retries and else unexpected event just there for completeness. So this is blocks until connection is established with configured access point, or until the number of retries is exceeded. we got to define these bit things. So Wi-Fi connected bit. We can just do it here. Yeah, 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 yeah. So what are these bits? How are they used? So an int, that is the group. Okay, event group, UX, bits to set. I believe that just means unsigned. Unsigned X. I don't... UX. Yeah, unsigned something or other. So we'll just do unsigned. UN32T, why not? UN32T, what are we calling it? Wi-Fi connected bit 0, and then Wi-Fi fail bits equals bit 1. I think that's how it was defined up here. Fail bit is bit 1. Okay. There we go. There's a handler. The event group is not static. It's passed in. Okay. And then Wi-Fi fail bit. These we want to be static const expr values, which we'll put with the others. Did I? Oh yeah, there it is. My cursor was directly on it, so of course I missed it. Okay. Then these are configurable values that come from these redefs of configurations. I guess maybe we'll put them in a different file. So I will create a compost probe config.h pound if and f compost probe main compost probe config. I hate this. Too long. Just do compost probe config. Fine. And if do that. And then pull that in, do some defines specifically for okay. Siempre sonrío con los ojos cerrados. Bebo batido en la escalera sentado, hermano. Porque andas preocupado, pensando en las cosas que aún no te han pasado. That's already in there. ¿Qué pasó, mi pana? Estoy matando monstruos con la hawaiana. That's in there. Posiciones raras. El peso de mi so back to Wi-Fi. Oh, SSID. There we go. Compost mon. I don't like that. I want to do it. Compost probe. Yeah. Compost probe and compost probe.
Mientras todo dinamita, los sueños se derriten por aquí, es así. Veo la vida como Dalí, yo soy quien soy, yo no pienso huir, aunque tenga que subirme al ring. Aunque busques el significado del amor en Google, tú dime que me quieres pero no lo jures. Yo sigo como Goku, yo sigo en mi nube, regando las plantitas empezando el lunes. Mi vida es una jam, yo no trazo un plan, lo que tenga que venir vendrá. Yo soy de verdad, yo piso la tierra, tú solo pisas pasos de cebra. ¿A qué esperas? Abre una ventana nueva, súbete al tejado, tumba las antenas. Respira bien hondo, puedes ser quien quieras. Escúchate por dentro a ver qué suena.
Juan Ríos.
Es así. En el onda con el
Pretty
Andy.
cool. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
En el onda con el Andy. O en la plaza con la Pani. En el onda con el Andy.
Where was we?
Juan Ríos.
These were not being pulled in. Maybe they were, but now their name has changed anyway. So compost probe. Compost probe. And then these should probably get pulled in elsewhere. But we'll pull them in here. So all this config Wi-Fi yabba yob dub yob. We'll do a fix me. These should get pulled in by an implementation file, not in the class definition header. Class declaration. Okay. I think that's all of the... Why doesn't it like that? But it even suggested that value. Yo! We still have a compost mon in here. Compost mon. Maximum retry. Compost probe. Maximum retry. And then, yeah, there's all the warnings for the uninitialized members. You should be oh, did I not include it though? Is that what happened? Spent all that time making this compost probe config. Compost probe config. And then I forgot to include it, so classic. The classic blunder. Right up there with Land War in Asia or whatever it is. Okay. I think that's all the Wi-Fi related stuff. And then I'm just sort of been putting off the I2C bits because they're probably the trickiest. So let me continue putting it off. And just pull it in directly. Kind of the way it was before. So maybe up here. So initialize I2C bus and devices. Whoops. So where do we do that? There's a ADC one-shot, no, the I2C communications in it. So the bus is there. Create the bus. create the temperature probe and the display handle. Reset the probe. Read the probe status register and get all that dumped in there. And then in the loop, there's just the one part, which is we were already doing the upload bit, so then we just need to do this read measurement part. So here. ESP error T error. Okay. And then doing it here. Get rid of that, bring that back, fill those values, and we can print all of that and then upload the measurement. ADC reading already happening? No. Yes, here. Okay. A comment here. Make sure it's been at least 16 milliseconds, 20 milliseconds since the one-shot measurement was started before trying to read it. Okay, and then I think that's it. We read the value, not here, and we're good. Okay, upload the measurement, and then it's going to complain about these functions not existing. So ESP error T is that. That's a different scope. Wait. Hang on. This was assuming some persistence. Okay. And there's that. Probe handle. That's what we're going to get out of this. And display handle as well, but maybe not. I don't know. Whoa, I accidentally opened the news. We'll have just the one ESP error T in this scope. Redefinition, sure. That's fixed. Wait, is this all? Okay. That's fair enough. And then can't include the I2C stuff. I think that's right. And then we got all these nested designators or C99 extension. Oh no. Okay, so threshold equals that. So that cleans up, and why it's not complaining about... Oh, it sort of is. Okay. Declaration order. Yeah, classic. Okay, so the port is first. Then it's SDA. Then it's SCL. Then there's a union for the clock source or LP source. Then there's the glitch ignore count. Then there's the interrupt priority. Then a bunch of stuff. So nested thing equals enable internal pull-up of a single bit. Set that to true. Transfer queue. Leave that zeroed out, I think. Will it complain? All right. Well, it's going to complain about a bunch of functions that are not defined. So write instruction register, probe reset. So let's see. Void display write instruction register. Kill that. We want write instruction register. Nope. Go back to here. This is where we want. So that's yoink that. Rename it to reflect that this is for the display, and then we'll group those functions together into a class. And what is it complaining about here? Non-constant expression cannot be narrowed from int to, oh, yeah, shoot. That's just annoying. Well, hang on. Instruction data is a ynot. This... I mean... It's not narrowing. Right? Because instruction data is a uint8. So the maximum value is OXFF. This grabs the high part and then shoves it in there, and that 100% guaranteed fits. So I guess we can do it this way. 8T like this. And we can do the same thing here. Right, like... Right, there's no way that you can set instruction data in such a way that this expression cannot fit in 8 bits. Because this is a bitwise operator. You're taking an 8-bit thing, you're taking what ought to be an 8-bit thing, and another what ought to be an 8-bit thing. Maybe, does that work? No. Just hit it with a U. Does that do it? Yeah, it thinks it's an unsigned int, so that's annoying. Okay, uint8t here. This is also like, right? Order of operations. This clears up all the bits except for the bottom 4. Shifts up by 4, so that's never gonna overflow its bounds, and then combines it with that, so that's never a problem. This should always work. And then okay. All right. That's fine. That'll get you this will get moved into a class. What else is missing? display write instruction register and take this and put it up here as a declaration. Jump back down, probe reset. Probe reset. Once again, up here as a declaration. But then we'll just yoink it down there. Whoops. Grab me the next thing. Probe, read status. Sure. All right, take the whole thing. Yoink it. Drop it in the bottom. Although, maybe we want to do it above there. And then, yeah, yank. That guy, put him in there. Kaboom. Probe start one shot. I should take both of these. Dump them on the bottom. Grab that. And then grab the last one. Oops. There. Just making sure nothing important's happening on my phone. I often set it to shut up, so nobody can reach me. That's fine. They could come in and chat. I don't know why they don't come into the chat. You know, boost my engagement a little bit. Jeez. Thought they were my friends. Whoops. We're all capsing. Okay. So that should be it. Control shift that. I think that's it. Okay. Give it a build. Who loud? Okay, let me look this up. So maybe there's an easy way to do this. Missing field initializer C++ C designated initializer. Yeah, I forgot how to spell. It needs to be in order of declaration. Uninit. What's the warning? Missing initializer. Missing. evaluated in lexical order. Field initializers must be specified in order. Array designators conflict with lambda expression syntax. Nested designators are seldom used. These rotable designators are incompatible with C++ guarantee that objects are always destroyed in the reverse order of construction. 4 possible ways to proceed. Abandon the guarantee. No. Follow the struct declaration order and ignore the order in which things appear in the list. Breaks another guarantee. Maintain both guarantees. Surprising hidden costs or forbid out of order designators. Yeah. So that's fine. I guess we can ignore the errors, but I don't really want to. Conflicted. Let's see. On line 139 specifically, Wi-Fi config T, Wi-Fi station config T is missing a bunch of stuff. Okay, so let me do this, this, and this. So jump in that, no, Wi-Fi star config T is just up here. And there's a lot of crap. Alright. Okay. So let me then just go ahead and copy all of this. It's way too much. It's too much. Can we just do like aggregate the rest? No. Okay, well. I guess yoink. Whoops. Whoops. That one. That's the good one. Except it appears we've taken too much comment here. Okay. So SSID we have. Password we got. Scan method, I guess that goes next. Dot scan method equals scan. I'll just set to 0, I guess, because that's what C would do with all of these. So scan method. What's the next one? BSSID set would be 0. So just do that. Give it a comma. And whether set MAC address of target or not generally needs to be 0, and it needs to be 1 only when users need to check the MAC address of the access point. So scan method BSSID set BSSID channel set that to 0. I think I just want to take each of these and put in a 0. So let's see. F3, start recording a macro. Do Alt M, do Meta Z, so Alt Z, zap to the first space, add a dot, Control S to the colon, hit enter, go back, go space equals space, we'll do curly braces, comma, and then kill the rest of the line, go to the next line, F4. and then do that all again. So blank, 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 blank. Oh, it's keep it. I didn't consider the designated initializers or the bit field specifier things. So just gonna do blah 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 blah. Kind of ignore them. What is this? Multi-line comment at the end. Okay, continue. There and there and there. Okay, I think that's it. Okay, so then just going Alt D those, Alt D, Alt D, Alt D. Da 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 da. Okay, and get rid of that. There. Okay. Scan method. Defaultify. We got channels already up there. Listen interval. Wait. What is this? Threshold is a little too far up, so we're just gonna move this down. So back down to where is threshold. Kill that. Then find where this SAE thing is. Where that, and then the H2E identifier is at the end. There. Ugh. That is kind of gross. I wish it could do this automatically. I suppose the other way to do it is to... Well, it's kind of more verbose to do it the other way. I was thinking like, so you can take this and then initialize it like that. And then go in and do Wi-Fi config dot SSID equals. Hit it with that. Wi-Fi config dot password equals Wi-Fi pass like that. Oh, and be dot station. Except doesn't like that. Array type not assignable. Ah, so yeah, it's that's not gonna work. Anyway. Come on. There we go. Format the buffer, please. Alright, and then... Is that all of the warnings? No. Still got HTTP client complaining on line 311. HTTP client config. How big is this? So let's see. All the way down. That's not too bad. I think I can use the same. No, I can't. I can format. That'll bring them a little closer together. Kill the comments. I'm gonna do a macro. So go to S. Zap to star, zap to star, delete, go to the next line. Yeah. I've messed something up here. But it's pretty close. Okay. I'm just gonna do this by hand. There's not that many. Oh wait. There's more than I thought. Let's fix this. So F3, jump to the beginning, go to the semicolon, zap to the star, zap to the star, delete, go to the next line. Do it again. Yep. I think we are nearly there. Oh, too far. Yeah, no more comments there. So, format this. It'll cry about it. Then we can say, actually, it might be easier to do it again. Here, let's do it all at once. So, yoink that. Kill all of this stuff. Let it be wide. And then we can do Control X space to do the rectangle, and then replace all of this. So kill all of that. That'll yell at me later, that's fine. Anything that starts with a star, we can go to the star. This, it can yell at me later. Delete stars. Oh, hey. Thank you, Infermigo. Welcome to me doing some C++ nonsense. Deleting all these type things. In fact, I'm not even sure any of these are defined. And then, okay, then I go through all of these. F3, go to the beginning, do a dot, find the semicolon, delete that, set it equal to curly braces, end with a comma, kill the rest of the line, next line, do it again. And go. Some manual intervention there. All right. So we aren't using URL, but it needs to be there. We are using host and port. Those are already there. No username or password. Path is here. Use that. Event handler and transport type. So where is event handler? There it is. Get rid of that. And then transport type right underneath it. There we go. You're a soon CS grad. Congratulations. Learning Java. Move between languages, focusing on Android. Yeah. I want to learn C++ for CP. I don't know what CP is. Would you recommend that to learn 1 hour a day of C++ while Java as a main? Yeah, you can main Java and do, competitive programming. Yeah, you can do Java and learn some C++ on the side. It's hard to be like a casual C++ user because there's just so many things that like you kind of have to know. And then especially if you're going to do competitive programming, I think it's hard to do it with C++ because there's so many techniques that like if you're doing something competitive, you have to live like right on the edge of really bad stuff. I don't know if that makes sense. Like you have to ignore warnings, you have to do a lot of casting. Yeah, giving 4 hours a day to Java pretty much, and then 1 hour to C++, 2 hours. 2 languages at the same time from scratch might be bad, but it's not. Well, it's I don't know about you, but the way that I learn, it would be hard for me to learn both of those things simultaneously. Only because it's like you want to get into the flow of one and kind of get the groove of one thing on its own terms. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, it takes a certain headspace to do C++ correctly, but then it takes a different kind of headspace to do the best kind of version of Java. But, you know, maybe I know Java has changed a lot since I used it last. They've added a whole lot of stuff. Yeah, I think it's more similar now. Good at DSA. Is that data structures and algorithms with C++ as well? But you want to be able to do Java for Android. Yeah, I mean, you can do both of those. You can do both of those things. Like there's nothing that'll stop you, and only you can know whether or not it's working for you, I guess. But yeah, for me, like I would do it by like project myself. And that's just kind of the way that I learn. It's like take a project to completion for some definition of completion, and then kind of move on to something else. But I don't know if I could do that with just 1 to 2 hours a day on a project. Working on a NAS server. Yeah. And you're programming it yourself. Very cool. Yeah, using a Raspberry Pi. This project, I think I'm going to be deploying the web component of it using a Raspberry Pi. I've been working on that today. The server is in here. This is an Elixir project using a web framework called Phoenix. And so I'm going to have to figure out how to do the deployment onto the Raspberry Pi. It's going to be cool. But yeah, thanks for following and tuning in. It's very cool. Good to see students interested in the embedded stuff. Let's see. Where are we at? We were gonna build this to make sure it works. No. And then I think it just needs to run. So let me get that turned on. Actually, I might as well set up the overhead cam. Yeah, so the compost bin monitor. I have this compost bin in my backyard that I'm not very good at maintaining. Compost likes to be like at a certain temperature, so when you throw out, you know, if you throw out too much like vegetables from your kitchen, it can start to like overheat or get too moist or whatever, and it's not optimal for the development of the bacteria and funguses that like deteriorate all the matter. So you want to make sure it's like not too damp, not too dry, not too hot, not too cold, like very Goldilocks-y. And so I've got this Compost monitor. I've got this probe that I'm building. I'll show you once I can get this camera set up over here. But it's got, I'm running an ESP32, and that will connect to Wi-Fi and throw up this data onto this server that runs Phoenix. Let's see, webcam mode. And I can turn it on here. Overhead cam. Nope, I can't do that. God. I vanished. Hold on. Studio mode. Overhead cam. Properties. Android webcam. There it is. Okay. So here is the setup. This is the ESP32. This is the capacitive moisture sensor. And then this has a screen on it that's not going to go in the bin. That'll probably die from too much moisture and too much heat. And then it's got this temperature probe thing, and these are all hooked in with I2C. The moisture sensor is just an analog line, and there's a little LED. And right now it should be set up to do once a minute. It wakes up. Build, flash, and monitor, but it's going to be on dev TTY ACM0. Okay, I can shrink this back into place. Yeah. There we go. Waiting for download. That's new. Is it unhappy? It's plugged in. It's got power. The light's on. So why is it coming in here? No, this is an Arch Linux install that I've had going since, oh man, it's been like, I guess it's been going for almost 8 years now. The same machine. Yeah, just every once in a while run a package update, and then it's still working, so I'm not gonna mess with success. Okay, so what did I break? So I'm trying to use C++ for it, and I thought I did everything right. So there's an app main. It does init NVS, but before that, I guess it can print hello world. So print f hello world, and try that. Oh, different warnings. Master bus, transfer queue, yada yada. Using Ubuntu. Would you recommend it for someone with an NVIDIA card? Yeah, I mean, this is using an RTX 1080 or GTX 1080 from way back in the day. Still going. And I do play games on this, actually. This is my gaming PC. I have found that actually the limitation for this machine in particular has become the disk speed. So I got to upgrade my drives at some point. And if I'm going to do that, I probably would switch to like a Fedora install just because, I don't know. Maybe not. Waiting for download. What the heck does that mean? Let's see. ESP32. Waiting for download. Yeah, this is Arch Linux. I got Pac-Man. Pac-Man. Hanging out. There he is. And yeah, this is running the GNOME desktop. Let's see. Waiting for download after hard reset. 10K resistor. Likely a faulty chip. Oh no. Let's try that. Oh. Probably should have killed the monitor before I... Interesting. Flash monitor did not like. But just flash is okay? Or just monitor is okay? Let me try flash. Flash. Monitor. Cool. Resetting probe success. Oh. I see. So it's saying I'm missing a new line somewhere. Where is that? So failed to update system time within timeout. So print that. And then is the Wi-Fi not connecting? So let's see. Connected bits. Oh, wait a minute. There's more to do here. So if you switch to Arch Linux, what can you get with it in comparison to Ubuntu? So the main difference is that Arch Linux has what's called, they call it rolling release. So you're basically getting all of the most up-to-date packages all of the time, and sometimes that's a really bad thing. Yeah, it's like Manjaro. Manjaro is like a derivative of Arch Linux, kind of in the same way that Ubuntu is a derivative of Debian. So if you like that, really what you're getting is like the most up-to-date rolling stuff. Is it prone to break more? Potentially, yeah. Just because like you're updating packages that maybe like your hardware wasn't tested with, or like a particular combination of, you know, libraries just doesn't work and it's hard to get tested. It never, I don't think it's ever broken for me in a way that like I can't use it. It's just that you get like bugs that start to get annoying. One of the things that was happening a lot for a while, and I think it still is, I think something changed with like glibc that made it so that every once in a while, if you like moved the Steam client window, it would like crash GNOME desktop. And it would just sit there. Like you could still do this like hover view thing, the overview. But then once you got out of that, it would be like, oh, GNOME has crashed. You have to log out. And then you do this again. And if you could still, if you were like, if I was watching a YouTube video or something, I could continue watching a smaller version of it. That kind of stopped. That's been since fixed, I think. But who knows? You're someone who wants to indulge deeper into Linux, and you heard that Arch will help you with that. Yeah, I don't know if that's... I guess it is true if you're willing to indulge your curiosity. For regular day-to-day stuff, like you almost need to know not very much at all. Yeah, I don't think it's worth it for that. I don't think you should get into it for that reason. It is fun to set it up, and you have to know exactly what you want. So it gives you this good idea of like what all the components of a working system are. But for me, like it's been so long since I did that I've already forgotten all of it. You've got a MacBook Pro. You want to use PC because you can't take it with you. Yeah, I mean, MacBooks, they're like Unix systems, just like Linux is. So you can get kind of a similar experience, although less of that is transferable because it's so closed down and kind of bespoke. But, you know, using the terminal and the build tools and stuff from the command line, I think that's enough. That's enough of an experience that is transferable that you can get away with going whatever you want. Yeah, that's quite possible. Moving from Linux to Mac is easier. But okay, so this is working now again. Although I did have it printing the time at some point. It's not doing that anymore. Where is the time? Show me the time. Connecting to the access point. That needs a new line there. Temp. Pro read one shot upload measurement. Upload measurement. And we have this time, so print that out. Printf, or puts. Puts should work. Puts stir f time buff. Printf. Time. %s. Give me a new line. There. Okay, and then there was one other thing I wanted to look at. I think it was one of the handlers. Handler. For HTTP? No, for Wi-Fi. Handler? No, Wi-Fi event handler. There it is. Connect, set event group. Fail. Got IP. Okay. Event handler. That is all it needs to do. Call connect. Update the retry number if it had to retry. And then all the HTTP event stuff. That's fine. Okay, so that should be Gucci. No, I'm not gonna do that. Firefox, go away. Kill this. Build. Flash should do both. Maybe now it'll be happy? Okay, so this should now, once a minute, wake up and try to send data to this computer. Okay, so what time does it think it is? Yeah, that's pretty late. Get some sleep. You're still in school. I think it's like, what, finals are pretty close by, so definitely get some rest. But yeah, I'm here Tuesdays and Thursdays if you're interested in continuing to check it out. I've got some vacation stuff going on during the last half of May though, so we'll see. 1 minute is too long. Wish me luck. I don't think that was meant for me. But yes, good luck. Yeah, I'll be on Tuesday, and then the Thursday after that I should be on as well. But then the following week it gets dicey. I'm Eastern time. US. So I go until 6 p.m. my time, usually. A little bit later. Like, I'm having a problem here that I need to figure out, so I'm gonna try to figure that out. But it should be... It should be happy. It should be connecting. I don't know why it's not. So if it connects to... Yeah, thanks. Good luck to you too with your finals and studying or whatnot. I don't know what college kids do these days. But thanks for watching. Thanks for following. Very exciting. Reaching critical mass any day now. The show will be good. Okay, so what am I doing differently to connect the access point in the new code that I wasn't doing in the old code? So I'm calling just Wi-Fi here, which is the constructor, which runs netif init, and we're not checking for errors. Hey, thanks for the follow. Very exciting. Welcome. I have to do some proper error handling here. So, I guess if we can't connect to Wi-Fi, if we can't get to the access point, we are absolutely boned. So, nothing to do but die. So we'll stick with that. And then, what does this do? Does this return anything? I think it returns a pointer to netift, but we don't need that. There is an event handler that should be running and should log when it's connected and gets an IP. Am I doing this event group stuff right? Oh, I'm never calling start. That's why. That's why. Okay. I did break that up, and then I never called the new function. So where do we do that? Wi-Fi service. Init SNTP. That should be done after start. Okay. And the reason I'm doing that is that it feels weird to block execution in a constructor. I don't want to do that. So let's give this a shot. Flash it and monitor again. Yeah, my goal is almost there. 75%. For some reason, it's not doing the alerts for that. I'm getting them in a list, but they should come up. Retrying. Oh no! Connecting to the access point has failed. Why is that? Should I print the value? I don't want to print the value on here. Let's see. So let me look at that. So SDK config should have a SSID somewhere. It is currently set to the defaults. So menu config. I'm not showing you this. Well, I'll show you what it looks like. But I'm going to go into Compost mon config and then change my SSID and password. So and password. This is secret. You're not allowed to know. There. Okay. So now the build should include the correct SSID and password. And then we will have ourselves a system built with C++ instead of plain old C. That's fine, they can go away. Yeah, we're not using exceptions because it's a lot. Kind of unnecessary in for the scope of this. Yeah, still linking. Now, let me know if you have any questions or if you're interested in any aspect of how this is actually getting put together. There's a lot to talk about when it comes to tool chains and how the embedded systems actually work. So we got an IP. Yay! Sweet. Well, you can see my SSID. That's fine. I'm not going to point it out. But it doesn't print the password. Before it was printing a password as well. So that's fine. I wish we didn't have to wait a minute for the first interaction. But I guess that gives us time to do this and run the Compost server. CD Compost serve. And it's mix phoenix.server. 75% of the way to my follower goal. Very exciting. Thank you to all my new followers. So there it is, actually. We got this request to the create controller, and we got a humidity of 51.78% or so. That's pretty close to agreeing with the other. I've got a little weather station off screen over there. Well, what else we got? The time is what's important to me. So look at this time, and then we can throw it in, and it adjusts it to UTC. Or no, it doesn't adjust it, but it... Does it adjust it? Yes. It does adjust. I assume that the timestamps for like last modified, first created, I assume that those get tossed on at the end, and that this will respect the order of the model. So let me take a look at that. Compost serve, lib, compost serve the model, and then a compost reading / measurement, it's called. Measurement time is first. Weird. Is there a schema? No. Measurements. Create measurements. Yeah, the first thing is the measurement time. So weird. I wonder what order it decides to use here. Who knows? But yeah, so it's probing. It's probing, and it's in C++, so I guess it can make a commit here. Oops. We can make a commit here to get our work in progress. CMake, get rid of that. So that's staged, but then I want to remove. I want to remove this the old file. Compost probe main. Hello world main. Get rid of that. Yep. And that will forever only remain in the history. Okay. So replace unify, yeah, what do we call these? Are called like unity builds. Replace unity build. Replace C unity build with C++ unity build. Whip work in progress is the I2C bus and device handling. Still needs to be wrapped in a class. Cool. And then now I'm gonna start splitting some of this off so it's not such a pain. So, where's our first significant thing? The GPIO pin. That's significant. So GPIO pin. Let's make a class. GPIO pin CPP and GPIO pin.h. If and def. Do I still have JOS C++ or JOS C guards? That's what it is. GPIO compost probe GPIO pin H. R05 for GPIO pin. Whoops. Class GPIO pin. And come on. Yank. Uh-oh. Oh, it did not go in my kill ring. Okay. That makes sense, I guess. So, yank. Kill that. And put these in there. I don't know where you came from. But all of that and that. Okay. This should be public. This should not have a bunch of implementation in here. It should be in there. This should just take GPIO num. And where does that come from? So GPIO num comes from driver GPIO. GPIO num. Numt. Whence you driver GPIO ETM maybe. Well, driver GPIO.h I know includes it, and it has a bunch of functions that we need as well. So might as well do that, unless it's HAL GPIO types. Okay, yeah, exciting. So then grab these. Those go in here as well. We got void set. We have void clear and void toggle. And then we want to wrap these. GPIO pin. Copy this. Copy that. And yank. Pound include GPIO pin.h. Format the buffer, why not? And then I think it's pound include drivers, just driver, GPIO. Okay, so that's going to complain. That's fine. That it can complain. So I think that's the only GPIO include here. So instead of including that, we're going to include GPIO pin.h. Okay. Still going. I can kill this. Run the build. It's gonna fail. It'll fail to link. Build failed. Why? Reference to GPIO pin set. Yeah, of course. Link failure. Okay, that's because, and I don't know how this works. These CMake functions that they have here. So let me do. Also add GPIO pin.cvp, and like this is what I'm talking about. Where like, is this a CMake type list in here, or is it like a list of strings? I don't know. Let's take a look. I think that worked. Did it? Linker script, components, component paths. That's not, nah, it's not what I'm, not really components. but it seemed to work, so I don't know. Generated hello world bin. What if I don't want it to be called hello world? I guess for now I'm not going to complain. We'll keep it as it is. But yeah, where does normally I imagine it should show my files in here. So let me do a search. Main.cpp. I don't see it. Oh, there it is. Well, that was from the error before. Yeah, where upon the list of the files it's building for me? I guess it's one of these ninja jobs and it like skips over it. Or like, you know, clears the line and doesn't print it unless something went wrong with it. So maybe that's what it is. So I guess that worked. So I'm fine with that. Okay, that was one module. And then we want the Wi-Fi stuff to get out of here. So we'll do Wi-Fi service .h, and we'll do Wi-Fi service.cpp. Pound include Wi-Fi service.h in here, and then do the C includes, C header, C guards, that's what it's called. Compost probe, Wi-Fi service H. And it's basically just this. That's all gonna get yanked into here. And then instead of having all these implementations in here like this, I'm actually just gonna copy this again, but dump it in the CPP file. The fix me is getting dealt with, and then all of these values are getting thrown away. And the, what did I call it? Compost config, something or other like that. Compost probe config is the first thing. Compost probe config. Whoops. That's in there. We don't have that guy. And these all need to be prefixed with Wi-Fi underscore service : So we'll yoink that. Jump to the end of that. Throw that in there. Throw that in there. These are deletable. And then I'll copy this again without having to cycle through the kill ring. Jump over here, and that's gone. So format this. Can you see that okay? I'm like on the other side of... Okay. So, what's it complaining about here? Wi-Fi service, redefinition. Go back to the header file. Oh, right. I need to... Yep. And slurp. And kill that. Pound include C stud int. But those bit 0. Whence bit 0? So if I do, let's see, bit 0, just here. Have a look at that. Where are you from? ESP bit defs H. Why not? We'll include that directly. ESP bit defs H. In the common. So that's fine. And then FreeRTOS event group handle. So I can kill this. Where did... Here we go. Event group handle T comes from free... I guess I can just include the whole thing. Free... There's a header for that. What was it called? It's not even included in here. I don't know how I've been able to get away without... I guess something else transitively includes it. What though? That's the question. Event groups. FreeRTOS.h must include before. Okay, pound include FreeRTOS.h. Is it... Here, let me go in here. So there's FreeRTOS. Okay, yeah. I had it right. So FreeRTOS/FreeRTOS.h. And then include event groups. Reformat that. Complains about endian something or other. That's fine. We can get rid of this. And then this whole... The body of this can go away. But we need ESP event base T. So ESP event base T. Oh, no. Event base T E. I'll call it that. Just so that I can reference it like this. Jump to definition. What are we including? ESP event base. Sure. Uninclude ESP event base. Yeah. Defines for registering under event handlers. Any... Yeah, okay. So that's fine. That's... Oh. Premature. Wi-Fi service H. That's fine. I guess if we didn't even want to expose this, we can put it in the... Like, these aren't... It's not important for these to be static in this class like this. When we could do... we can make them static in here. So namespace. The namespace with no name. Why is there... There's a big, like... glint on the camera. Does it need to be cleaned? Don't move. How's that? Let's see. Tag is just a string. That bit thing is there. We can get rid of bit defs from up here and throw them in here. What else is it complaining about? Unknown arguments, yada yada. No, that's not. We don't care about that. We do not care about that. We got our event groups. And now we need all that ESP Wi-Fi and net interface. And I think I can move the function as well that does the NTP. ESP log. Let in as well. ESP log.h. And what else? What's it crying? Oh, we didn't include it. So pound include Wi-Fi underscore service form buff. Okay. Okay. So theoretically, everything should still work if I remember to go into the CMake list file and add Wi-Fi service.cpp. Build just to check. What else? What else? We need the HTTP client to get extracted. But yeah, and then this SNTP, I think I'm gonna make that a function in Wi-Fi service. So let's grab this. It'll be a free function. So void initialize SNTP service, I guess I'll call it that. And it takes a Wi-Fi service, and then I can just jump to this buffer, grab this whole thing, throw it in there, rename it to initialize SNTP service. And we need the SNTP whatever. Okay, and then initialize SNTP service. Why is it unhappy with that? Did I misspell? Initialize SNTP service. Give it a Wi-Fi. And now it's happy. Okay. Then TZ set. Where does TZ set come from? I think that comes from, I don't know. Apropos, TZ set. Man 3. TZ set. It's part of time.h. Cool. So I can get rid of this here, put it in here, format that so it's in the right order, and build. Sweet. Okay, so that's done. What else is the ATC? The ADC. And then the HTTP client. Okay. That's the big boy, is the HTTP client. I guess it sort of assumes a lot of stuff about like whether it's okay to disconnect and reconnect every time. But this is something I do want to add. So let me go into. Is it here? Yes. So I'm gonna add it at the top. Menu config. kconfig mode. That's what it's called. Okay. And then I want something called not ESP, but do I have something called Compost something? No, I renamed that. So config, I guess I'll do I don't like I'll have to go through this and do a renaming. So let's see. Compost server host, like that. It'll be a string, and it's called Compost measurement collection server. Measurement server? Measurement collector? Collector? Sure. I'll have to do the port as well. But first, default. I don't know what to do. 192.168.0.2. 1, 2, 2. 1 is usually reserved for something. So that's fine. Or I guess example.com. And then a help. So help. Host or IP for the host or IP to establish an HTTP connection to for dumping measurements. Okay. Now let's see. So once again, I don't want to show you my Wi-Fi password, so I'm gonna do this over here. IDF-Pi menu config. If I load the environment. IDF-Pi menu config. There we go. That brings it up. Compost mon config. The address of this thing is, what was it? 129, I think. 129. 129. Okay, so that works. I also want to do like a port number. How do I make it not be dumb? Why is it indenting with spaces? That's what I don't understand. Sometimes it's like, oh, spaces, great. And other times it's like, no, tabs. Okay, so indent. No, with the tab. With the tab. Use tabs. Ugh. Alright, here we go. Whatever. Is there like a menu, kconfig mode? No, it's just the mode. Nothing? Nothing? No help here? Nope. Nope. Alright, well. So there's that. Bring me back here. Okay. And then I think it wants indentation. So let me copy this, copy that, yoink it a couple times. There you go. There. Why is that so hard? And whoops. So let's do this. Indent, indent. Huh. In addition to any hooks, prog indent. It's gonna Control Alt Q. Does it need to be? What does Alt Q do? Fill, re-indent, defund. Let me look this up. I'm getting annoyed by this. So let me... kconfig, editing, indentation. Let's see. Of course, it comes from kconfig language. Directly from this guy that I'm working on anyway. There's menu, but then there's config. Where's my... Yeah, we got a menu. Menu entries used to group configuration options together, can contain the same entries as the main menu. What is it expecting? Indentation-wise. Indentation. List of differences between... Introduction. Indent. Tab. 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 Nope. No mention of tabs. That's great. But then... Okay, so given a config, then everything kind of sits right underneath. And then, except for the help. So we got a config. Oh, okay, I see. So we got... why does it do that? Why can't it just accept the way I want to be? So we do that. We do this. Nope. Alt Q? No? No. Give me the original kconfig language. Here we go. Most entries define a config option. All other entries help to organize them. Okay. Every line starts with a keyword. Can be followed by multiple arguments. Let's look at indent. This defines a help text. The end of the help text is determined by the indentation level. This means that it ends at the first line, which has a smaller indentation than the first line of the help text. You could wrap it in dashes for funsies. Okay, yeah. Maybe a little bit more visible. I think the indentation is enough. But that's fine. That's the only indentation that's mentioned. Kernel, kconfig, indentation, tabs. I need kconfig. Fine. kconfig. For all of the kconfig files throughout the source tree, the indentation is somewhat different. Lines under a config definition are indented with 1 tab, while help text is indented an additional 2 spaces. Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay. But then how do they do, like, the menu stuff? I don't know. Probably. Defaults it uses are less than desirable. Throwing shade on Emacs. Let's see. See lineup Argolus tabs only. What is it doing here? What is it complaining about? Comments are good. Automatically formats the C sources for you. But the defaults are bad. Yeah. C mode hook, Linux tabs. Yeah. GNU indent has the same brain dead settings that GNU Emacs has, which is why you need to give it a few command line options. Even the makers of GNU indent recognize the authority of KNR. Yeah. Ernigan and Richie. What's going on? Yeah. Okay. So that's, I mean, I guess it's whatever you want it to be. So I'm going to choose no indentation there, indentation there. No. Tabify, please. No, I hate you. Oh my god. Oh, it's horrible. Okay. Tabify. Perfect. That's what I want. I know you hate it. I know you hate it, but it is what it is. Let's see. I guess we can do the same thing for all of these. Unindent. Indent. One extra. And then tabify. And then tabify. Cool. I don't like this. Do that. Indent. Add a space. Tabify. What is this? It doesn't know how to revert properly. Or indent properly. So that should be there. That should be there. indent. Prog indent. All right, I've remembered how to use Alt-I. No. Come on. Choice. Indent. Get rid of this. Indent. Config. Indent. This is boring AF, I know. Nobody's built to be loving this. Okay, that's fine. No indent there. Get rid of this. Indent that. Add a level of indentation. Delete this. Indent to there. Delete indent. Okay. Delete that. Indent there. And that's that. That's that. And that's that. It should be happy to do that, but I guess it's not. So, now this is a choice, which means this is indented. Okay. Okay. All right. And then that's that. Aha, okay. Tabify. Save that. And now we got some nice colors to help us see. This is the same, but we'll keep it there. Okay. That means, we'll quit this. I also want to do config compost server port. This is a int. Is there a number? Int default. So int server port number. Defaults, I don't know, 8080. 80? Maybe. Help is on the way. It's the port number for the HTTP server. Host or IP to establish the port number to establish an HTTP connection to for dumping measurements. Okay. Menu config. IDF pi menu config. It's off screen so you don't see my password and whatnot. Compost mon configuration. Change the port number to 4000. Quit. Save configuration. And then instead of doing this, really what we want here is compost server config compost server host. And then config compost server port. And that's clean upable there. Format the whole thing. that build should build. Meanwhile, I can close this. Okay. It's exhausting. Yeah, it's getting late. I've been going for a while, so yeah, I guess I just want to finish this. The splitage of all this code here. The I2C stuff still needs to get pulled out, but most of, well, one other. Oh, I got to do the HTTP client. Okay, that's what I was working on before I got rabbit holed. HTTP client dot h and HTTP client dot cpp. Jose Seaguards, please, called Compost probe HTTP client, and this is the whole class. Copy that to the implementation file as well. Make sure to include the header. Don't need that. That's going to go away. We do want this with 2 colons preceding it. At the beginning of all of these implementations, there aren't very many. There's the other one. Okay, and then I'm getting rid of the implementations from here and just keeping the declarations. Like that. That's a declaration. Okay. So what we need here, ESPRT. Where even does that come from? ESPRT. Let's see. You come from ESPRT. Okay. Makes perfect sense. Pound include ESPRT, ESPR.h, not ESPRT. Okay, and then client handle. So we got ESP HTTP client handle T. Jump to that. This is, as one might expect, defined in ESP HTTP client.h. Assuming, yep, directly in the include bit. Rid of that. And because including HTTP client. That's so hard to say. HTTP client. Hard to say fast. HTTP client. HTTP client. Hypertext Transfer Protocol. included it. So there's the client. We don't have to do anything with it except call it write post. Okay. Meanwhile, that can go away. That can go away. This can go away. Receive buffer. It's not used anywhere, so get rid of it. Output buffer. We do have a max of that. Was that even used before, though? Output buffer. Not outside of that handler. So that should be fine to keep there, and you cannot see this. ESP log D needs ESP log.h. I changed the name of this function to not have the underscore. Stdmin is from pound include algorithm. What else? That's it. Expected? Nope. That was in the ADC thing. What else? I guess does that build? Is the question. IDF.I build. Unused variable E. Main line 37. That was a temporary thing to trick it into letting me go to that type definition. I didn't add it to the CMake list. http_client.cpp. Alright. I think there's one more thing. That is the ADC. Oh gosh. There we go. Well, grab this whole thing. Well, first let me make adc.h. Hopefully it doesn't conflict with anything. Jos/c guards. We'll do compost probe adch. And then adc one shot. You can grab this. Grab the whole definition. Throw it into here. And then adc.cpp. Pound include adc.h. Snag this whole thing. It'll be like, oh no, duplicates. And then I'll be like, I don't care. And I'll take this. I'll take that. Throw a couple of colons on there. And then do it here as well. Yep, there it is. Pound include expected. And get rid of these member variables. And then we got to pound include all this stuff for these types. So get rid of that. Get rid of that. Body. Keep that there. Types are, what's the name of this? ADC one-shot.h. So pound include ADC one-shot.h. Let me see. ADC channel T. Is from HAL ADC types. Okay. ADC one-shot unit handle T. And is from ADC one-shot. Okay. ESP-ADC/ADC one-shot. I put the expected in the wrong place. Get rid of those. That's in here. Part of the declaration. Okay. That's fine. Back in the CMake lists. Main and then adc.cpp. Build. ADC one-shot not declared in the scope. Main. ADC. For that. Well, how much of this can I get rid of, actually? I need to keep the I2C stuff. Flash log. I'll figure that out later. Okay, so the other one is pound include ADC.h. Do the build. Where's it getting moisture sensor? Yeah. Not declared in the scope. Oh, it was, but it wasn't. So that's fine. Then I think that is the big stuff that we'd already kind of extracted. The rest of it is probably want to add a function for getting the current time. Well, we're doing malloc and whatnot, so memory. And this will be a unique putter to a uint or a char array. Does it have a size? Can I give it a size? I think the size doesn't matter. So get timestamp. For the current time. So auto time buff stir f time buff equals stood make unique that. I don't super like it. Why doesn't it like this? No, there's a different form for this constructor. Make unique. give it a size. Yeah. I don't understand. So this... I thought that's how you made an array. I guess we don't care how big it is. So pointer to chars. 64 of them, please. Yeah. Like that. I don't know why it's saying it can't figure that out. I think that's correct. It's this form. What if it's known bound? It's deleted. Because if you know how big it is, then you use a standard array. So I'm gonna do that. Stood array chars up to 64. Array chars to 64. Initialize. And we just do all this. Except now we gotta pound include array. Is that right? Yes. And then time. Pound include C time. Where's stir F time? Suddenly my nose itches. Okay, stir F time, CPP reference. Losing it. Yeah, it's the time.h. I don't know. Stood. Stir F time. Oh, it's because of the type is wrong? I want that. There we go. That data... Okay, so then do auto timestamp equals get timestamp, and I guess I should declare this as what it is. So char 64 const. That's fine. Oh, but does that delete .data? That might. And we don't want size of here. Size. CZ timestamp dot data. Yep. Cool. one thing I wanted to do, I never ended up doing for this, was to make this depend on Wi-Fi service. Yep, so pound include Wi-Fi service. And we go Wi-Fi. Right, now there's a chain of, like, dependencies. So, even though this is completely ignored, and I have to add it here, Wi-Fi underscore service star Wi-Fi. Oops. Even though it's totally ignored, which means I should do this, otherwise I'll get a compiler warning, it still requires you to, like, have one, or at least think about why you're passing in a null value. So that's good. And then we've got yeah, my LSP not picking up the right files or whatever. That's fine. Last thing to do here is to build and run it. There. It doesn't return. Doesn't return. Get timestamp. Return. Stir F time buff. And can undo the auto-ness here. There. Get rid of the time print out there and just rely on this one. Yeah. So let me do ESP log I. What happens if it fails? I've been trying to handle that. I think it dies, right? What is client init? I'm not sure. I might need to check. These should return something. Yeah, success or fail for most of these. The perform is the big one. And it returns something, so it is handled here. So write post, if err not equals ESP okay, ESP log E, compost mon, let's say posting measurement data failed, failed, %s, and then give me the error to name error. I guess we already get that output from this, but that's fine. Then when it drops out of scope, it should clean itself up. Client cleanup. Okay. And finally, give it a run. So it's like an all code day, which is kind of cool. Fun to do. Can stay in your head the whole time. Now we gotta wait a minute. What are these ban evaders? Does this mean that nobody can see these posts anyway? What the heck is this? Stream boo. Did it do a thing? It tried. I think it should have. Oh no, it's still running. Aha! There it is. Time. 20 would be 1911. 10:45. Okay, so that's, yeah, that's right. Everything's still working. Cool. Cool. Very, very cool. I'm gonna turn that off. And wrap it up. So what have we got? We've got, I'm gonna do main k-config git add main k-config. Okay. That is git commit add host and port to config, also reindent file. That's cool. Git status, and then what else do we do? Move everything out. So git add, just add all of main, the directory. Git commit, add split main file into split classes out of main file into individual components. And that's it. Git status. Git statsu. Okay. So, only thing left to do to get this cleaned up to be the way I want it to be is to do something actually non-trivial, is to make do a C++ class design for the I2C, the whole bus, and then the individual devices on the bus. So that'll be a whole exercise in management stuff. And then I might go in and make a few of these more low level, but we're at the point where it really just needs to get enclosed into its little box. One of these, why not? Yeah. So I have to figure out I had another one on a prototype board, one of those through-hole guys that has a similar setup for how it's fed everything. So the significant thing here is the new thing is this bucking supply regulator. So this is meant to drop the voltage from a 9-volt battery down to 3.3 volts for the consumption of the whole device. Once you do that, it basically just stays powered the whole time, and it should be running whatever is programmed onto it. Yeah, but before I can do that, I want to make sure, because I assume that if I plug this in to a supply and measure through an ammeter how much current it's consuming, it's going to be a lot, and that would eat a battery really fast. I don't want to go in there and be switching batteries all the time, only when it needs it. So I'm gonna have to do some optimization for low powerness, and we'll figure out what that looks like next time. So thanks for watching. Thanks to all my new followers. If you're catching this on the VOD, thanks to all my old followers, and I'll see you next time. Peace.